Getting it ready. And I'm to the point of, in the regulation, we did a sample last week and noticed that it was really heavy with the geometry of this piano, and kind of played around a little bit there. But what I'm going to probably, I'm going to put that aside, the weighting aside for a while, just finish regulating it, make a final decision later. But I probably will end up putting, just a foreshadowing, probably will up adding like a small lead to each key to get the static weights in a reasonable place. But I have to be careful because I don't want the up weight to be too low and then the piano to be too sluggish that way. Also, for sure, there's a ton of lead in here that's going to make for a little more moment of inertia on the keys that can make it feel heavy that way. So, but you know, with what we're given with the geometry, there's only so much we can do. But I'm pretty confident at this point that, you know, we can make it play well and sound great and be a great piano. It's going to be a little different than some, for sure. But that's kind of the story of rebuilding. Unless we were to replace this entire keyboard and have some different geometry with where this balance pin is relative to how long the key is on either side of that balance pin, we can't really change too much beyond that. So, other than removing some weight off the hammers, adding weight to the keys. So, we're going to set the key dip. And I think some of you have seen the jig that I like to use for that. It's this guy here, and I've got this key dip on this piano is right at spec, basically where I'm setting it. Just have that little screwdriver. Really quick, Mark. So I'm just going to turn, this is an adjustable tool, so you can set whatever key dip you want really consistently across the whole piano, okay? So I'm going to put it right there, maybe a little higher. So there's a post, there's a weight, okay, that puts a consistent weight on each key, and then this floating bar indexes off the side, neighbor keys, and this post in the middle tells us in that hole whether it's flush or not, if the key is going down the same from key to key. So we're going to go ahead and set that as soon as we hang up on that call. Okay, so we need a bunch of punchings. We need some forceps. Then we've got our front rail punchings, which are the bigger size here. So if we want to make adjustments, we can. There we go. 15, 35, 60. Great. That's what I want. So far, though, those two were exactly fine. This one's a little shallow, so I'll take some out of that one. Out of the A. And I'll throw it on the floor, because they're easy to vacuum up when you're done. And then I went a little far with that maybe, so I'll add another blue as I come back through. Wow, you know, we didn't set the key dip on this, but it's pretty consistent. It's not very far off from where we want it. That's a good sign always.
Remove the system,
Okay, we're going to go on a sidebar here, a tangent here, because Mark had a question. How do we remove the sostenuto system on here? We need a screwdriver. So this is a Steinway monkey and a spring. We take this screwdriver and we put it right here, and then you pry it up, and then you just pull that monkey out. There you go. Yep. And usually I can get it on the tops of keys here and pry it up. Then just don't forget to put it back.
Yeah.
Piece of cake, right? That's how you put it on the monkey, on and off. Okay, great. Let's see, maybe, I'm not going to zoom in that far, just a touch. Touch more, there, okay. We'll do that.
Did you just want me to spray and be...
We'll take the keys off, because we've got,
Oh, I see.
yeah. Another side tangent here. So this is that A that's going out tonight. They're loading it up tonight. But in the process of cleaning the piano, we got some wood chips from drilling out the pin block that were hiding in who knows where. And they get underneath anything that gets between the back rail cloth here and the key. Gonna prop up the back of that key and push down the front of the key, and the hammer's gonna be sticking up. So that's not good, you know. It's really noticeable, causes problems. Anyway, we are, Mark's gonna vacuum that out, and before he does just a final assembly on that. Right, Mark?
The vacuum from extra vacuum.
You can use, you mean my
Might as well
vacuum?
Start using it.
I've got it right here.
Not the one you got from.
Oh yeah, might as well. Yeah, we got a new vacuum, might as well use it. Anyway, that's what Mark's doing. He's getting that ready for loading it up. Okay.
Can I have your keys?
No. Is that where it is? It's in the car?
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, this key's fine. We'll add a blue to that one. Now, this is not the most exciting time once you get into just like leveling keys and things, right? So you gotta have something going on. Play some music, work with somebody else, tell some jokes. I mean, you know, it's just kind of the nature of this. And just rejoice in the fact that you have good, fun work to do that is meaningful and that someone values enough to pay you to do it. Okay. So, yeah, we hardly had to do anything on this keyboard so far. But remember, we changed the key height. Okay, so whoever put the key tops on had kind of done a rough leveling just so they could do a good job on the key tops. And when we looked at it, they didn't put any crown on it. It was pretty straight, but no crown. So we reintroduced the crown with our leveling stick and raised all these key heights. And lo and behold, the dip is correct. So we kind of just reset it back where it was. That's always a nice thing. Makes you feel like you're going in the right direction, huh? Okay, so these are all great. The end is just a little bit deep. I'll stick a couple under there. And hey, I want to say something. Mark was practicing tuning on kind of a junky piano we have, just a beater in the shop here. And he was practicing tuning by ear, and he was doing a really great job. So you can do it too if you're into that. Right, Mark?
Are you saying that I'm not, like...
If Mark can do it, anyone can do it. That's what I said. No, I'm just saying it's doable. It's possible to learn how to tune, right? Okay. I used to think like, wow, I must be like, have some really special skill. And then I learned after a while, I was like, no. Most people could learn how to tune if they care enough to practice and, you know, have a basic knowledge of certain things. So, all right. We're just gonna stick in 3 punchings here. And for some reason, they're all on A's. Like, I'm wondering, did someone set some samples on A's? This is just coincidence, but all the A's were just a little bit deep. And I'll check the treble half of the keyboard. And if anyone wants a tool like this, I can tell you where to get it if you'd like. I can. For me, it kind of annoys me when someone shows how to do something. Oh, Mark, I'll be quiet. Sorry, just one sec. When someone shows how to do something, they don't tell you where to get the tool they have, or they say, well, this tool you can't get anymore. That's very frustrating, right? Sorry, Mark needs the vacuum. I'll be quiet for a bit here. Gotta get comfortable while you're doing this. I mean, that's all you have. Yeah, so realistically, Mark worked last summer, and was kind of introduced to some tuning, had some practice, and then kind of you didn't really touch it much during the year, right? Because you were in school, right? And here's something wrong with it. Key front. What's the hell? That's right here, right there. Talk to you for a while. I'll let you focus. Put it back in. I'll take a look at it here. But I've done that before. It's very frustrating because then you're like, oh wait, I need a new key top or what, you know. So anyway, he took a break, and then but I imagine like he'll probably within about 5-6 months be in a position where he could, or maybe even less than that actually, maybe three months. We'll see how the summer goes. Be in a position where he can do some tunings, you know, at half price tuning kind of thing, and you know, from there though, I mean, it does take a while, right? And then you figure about a year and a half, 2 years, get into some full price tunings, but you know, you're still pretty green. If you have the right opportunities to practice, after about 5 years, I imagine, you know, you'd be pretty good. And then from there it just gets better if you stick with it. So most of these are too shallow. We're increasing the dip a bit in the treble. This one didn't fall into place as quickly as the base, but there's still not too much work here. So.
Oh wow! I didn't realize it was this much
I think Christoph is spraying the damper heads for this before we glue the felts on. Fumes are making us maybe a little bit happier than we should be right now. Get some ventilation.
You got a nice crop of weeds back here this year.
The weeds, I know, I didn't weed it. Last year I tried to plant garden plants all around, and then we weeded it all, got some drip line in, and then I went on vacation right at the wrong time in the summer to maintain the weeds. They just took over. There's some green onions out there that are still growing out. I think they're good.
Oh, there you go. Alright, clear this out. I didn't realize that's foggy as you got down.
I didn't realize it either until you mentioned it.
Every now lady, she's not a member. I've been meeting with her, and she's getting divorced now because her husband's a teenager.
Let me switch this up.
Oh, sorry.
It's alright. Get the sound running back on that. Let's see here. Okay. So not super exciting, right, setting the dip, but it's exciting when it's done because is dip not the most important part of regulation? The answer is yes. Dip is the most important part of regulation. Right, Mark? So most of that wouldn't show, but I think we might have a key top we can put on there. Softly, I'll have you rummage around up in the key tops up there. Put a good replacement, we can make it look even better. That matches, yeah. At worst case, we can always, even after the fact, we can always do a repair. We can always replace that key top when Paul comes back in town if he has one. So. Okay, so we have the white's all set now. And then I think I've shown this on a stream before, but it's a way of setting the black dip, the sharp dip. So I already did my sample, and it matches in aftertouch to the white, and it matches in dip. So this is my sample. So I can take that gauge that I had, that Jerris gauge, and I can put it on here, and I can move things to where, by moving it, that adjustment was loose, but let's say I move it halfway back. No, okay. Let's say I go here. I can set this gauge to where this post is going to be flush with the top, and that'll be where it needs to be to have the right dip. Okay, so I'll move this post down a little bit. Usually I like to keep my gauge set for 12.5 millimeters and leave it there, but this is fine. So let me show you here real quick. Might as well. So that's what, okay, let's get focused. That's what it looks like when the dip on the sharps is correct. And then I have this weight in the back to make it consistent from key to key. So if I do that, it's going to be really close. So I'm going to go ahead. I like to take my time on the removal of these. So if I have to remove any, I'll go ahead and remove them right then. And then if I overshot it and I need to add some back in, then I'll put one down, you know, where I need to add it. Like that one I do. But it's just the sharps. It goes sharps. My voice will change sooner or later. But it goes pretty quick because, what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4 octaves times 5. That's only 20 notes. So it's a lot faster. So I did put some lacquer on these hammers on Saturday night. I haven't shaped the hammers. I might do that a bit. Well, I will do that a little bit. But my point in bringing that up is It didn't come up as much as I thought it was going to. And I usually like it to be a little more than where I want it to end up. As far as a little stronger in tone, that I can needle down to where I want. But I don't know. We'll see when we shape hammers. It might sound bigger. Once we get it regulated, it might sound a lot bigger than what I'm thinking. You know. Oh, sorry. You go ahead, Mark. So I labeled the stream turning screws, and I haven't turned any screws yet, but I will. That's the next phase, right? Once you get the dip. Lots of screws to turn. And I always think of, is that Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? At least the original, well, any of the stories, where it says Charlie's dad, he had a job screwing the lids on the toothpaste, and I thought that would be a pretty good job. And it's kind of, I mean, some of these tests are kind of like that. At least he had that job until it was automated. Then he was out of work, so hopefully that won't happen with piano tuning. Or hopefully it does happen with piano tuning and I happen to be the one that develops the tech to do it. That would be okay too. Let's see, I don't even know what time it is. It's 3:10. I'll check, I'll answer questions on the chat or comments, respond to them on the half hour and the hour for these streams. Let's see if there's anything like currently that we want to take a look at. So I know there's a few of you out there at least. Jesse Balboa says, howdy, howdy. Howdy, howdy. Thanks for dropping in. So, yeah, so about 20 minutes or so, I'll take a look at that again if someone has some burning questions. Some people have reached out to me through email, things like that, you know, with different projects they have going on. So it's been kind of fun to connect to others, kind of all over. Yeah, blow it out. Make sure there's no wood chips in it. Okay. Because they can all cause problems. And then vacuum out the inside if you haven't already, where the wood chips are there.
Oh, in here.
Yep. It's harder to get all the wood chips out of pianos than you would think after drilling and things on them. So doing the sharps this way, you can just push it up. Oh, is that all the air it has?
No, I just don't want to go overboard.
Oh, you can go overboard.
Oh, it's
Okay. There we go. So doing the sharps this way by getting the dip really, really close, it helps you avoid being off later if you were just to do it by touch. I think it could prevent some more, mistakes that you could make at that point. So it's a good idea to do it this way. The things you have to have in place first is a sample. You need a good sample. And you have to go through all the regulation steps on a natural key where you know the dip, where it's defined, and then go through all the other regulation steps except for key dip on the sharp key. Then that's the only variable. Then you can adjust that to where the aftertouch is the same between the natural sample and the sharp sample, and voila, then you can just duplicate that across all the sharps. So I'm removing quite a bit off of these up here. Maybe as much as 45, 50 thousandths of an inch out of the bottom of this. That's a significant change. Put a few of these in here. I might have got the wrong one there. That's right. That's right. vacuum is tuned roughly to E flat. Hear that? That vacuum is E flat, Mark. That's too nerdy. I gotta stop that. My wife would be ashamed. Okay, let's see. These are all about the same. I want to take about the same amount out of these. I probably should have done this on the other other half of the keyboard, just to get smart. Just take out a bunch out of all of them first, because they're close to being the same. Yeah, pretty much. So I'm just going to take a group of punches out of all of these real quick. That'd be the smarter way to work here. Cardboard out of there. Got the cloth, but the rest didn't come. One more big one in there. Well, you can see, what are those labeled?
Those are the from Carl.
Yeah, so those could very likely be the exact molded thing. Just compare them. It looks like they are, except then he filed the bottom a little bit, so it looks like they are. So is there a color match on it too? Or not? Which note are we on here?
It's this one.
We're looking at replacing the key top here. That's called a B. Just kidding.
Or a C flat.
No, it's an A double sharp. Okay, so this key top is the same thing, I believe. Is there any others from Carl?
There's a whole bunch of these extra Yamaha.
Oh, we fell on a corner. Pretty, not so noticeable, but I think we have the same key tops. So. Is that the same color, Christoph? Virtually?
Virtually, very close. Question is, what does it look different? Not a difference that I would worry.
Yeah, okay. So what else do I have? Any other boxes in there? Those are Yamaha, I think. And these are Boston, I think. So there's different kinds of key tops, and color matching is like nigh impossible. see if this is one that was done. But I'm pretty sure this is not. Yeah, I don't think no, because this has like a bevel on it. Yeah, these are Boston key tops. You put those back, so we'll just do this. So, y'all want to learn? Do y'all want to see putting a new key top on? We'll switch. We'll digress a little bit here. So what happens sometimes when you're cleaning keys? It's happened to all of us. Sometimes the key falls on the ground and it'll ding a corner or something, okay, on a piano that's just about ready to go out to the home. So we're gonna get this key top off and we're gonna glue a new one on. Do you want to film?
Yep.
Okay. First thing I want to find is the iron. So we'll probably just be working over here. You can set it up for us to work over here. Sound good?
Yep.
Go ahead and plug in the iron. I'm going to go get a rag and get it wet. So we plug the iron in full blast. Just a utility iron. We get this really wet. In fact, you want to get that even more wet, Mark? Make sure this is on all the way. Max. To the max. We'll maybe get a little blade, like a razor blade. Where I put my utility knives. Here they are. Okay, so we need the key. That's getting really hot. Got this soaking wet rag. A little slightly overkill. I'll find a happy medium there. Okay, let's grab that key. So the steam will provide some heat. This key top's all one piece, the front and the top. So we're just gonna set this here, let it steam for a sec. Let it heat up the glue really good. Also on the front. You go a little further with that, especially on this edge where I'm going to start to peel it out. just get a rag and an iron that you don't care if it burns or scorches. Get more steam here on the front. Let's see if that's giving us any luck. I'm gonna just get something skinny like a knife, utility knife. Start to peel it up. There, it's coming nice. See that? Okay, look at that. So we removed the key top and that's where it cracked. It came off, and then we have a little bit of, on these key tops we recovered over a thin ivory wafer because sometimes they have a wood veneer on them. You see that, Mark? Mm-hmm. And sometimes that wood veneer doesn't come off very nicely, or the ivory doesn't come off of there very nicely. So that's why we chose on this piano to recover over that. It does make it harder to fit the key slip. I'm just heating it up to peel off the glue that's on there, but you know, this isn't too bad of a deal, right? Repair. This is a PVCe glue. It's just nice and rubbery. And maybe I'll just maybe I can scrape it off a bit if I'm careful. It's so rubbery, it's kind of hard to get off even, but I do really want to get that off nicely. Pretty gummy. So maybe sand it off here a little bit. If I don't get all that glue off, it'll space it out differently than the others. I want it to look uniform. Okay, that's good enough. You can see our brand new bushing in there. Bushings are great. New bushings, but anyway, that's not what we're doing right now. So then where's the new key top?
It's right here.
Go ahead and unplug the iron. Grab the new key top. And just kind of double check things. We're going to have to trim some after it's dry and whatnot. That's going to go on there pretty great. So I'm going to grab some PVCe glue. If I can remember where I put it. This is a really cool glue. It dries clear and rubbery, so you don't get noise, you know, It grabs the key really well. You don't really have to clamp it a ton when you're gluing it. It's really nice for that. For all those reasons. I'm just going to put a layer of glue on here. On the front as well. Alright, just got to glue to there. Okay. Then I'll just stick the new piece up on there. Slide it back. Forward. Make a nice good rub joint here with it. I want more glue. I want a little more glue on the front of this. Any glue that gets on the key, it's easy to clean up later when it dries. You know, if it gets dirty or whatever, it just peels right off. But I do want a little more glue on that front, just to gap fill a little bit. Okay. Now I've got some squeeze out there on the front, which is good. And I want the sides to just overhang everything a little bit, and then I'll file them once it's dry. Just pressing it on a little bit, and there. Make sure it's where you want it when you stop. And it's pretty tacky too, tacky glue. It's really nice that way. Okay, so I'm just gonna let that hang and dry for a bit, and then we can file it to shape in not too long from now, hopefully. So just sliding around on me there a bit. Alright, I'll stop fussing with that. We'll let it dry. Okay, and I'll go back to what I was doing.
What do I go back to now?
What do I go back to? You clean out in there, right?
Yeah.
So, maybe we could do a little more straightening up here, and then, how long before we can handle those damper heads, do you think?
Let me go spray.
Oh. After they're sprayed.
I was getting this bench ready
Because it's, oh, wow, okay.
I think the color looks pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. He was just matching that bench color. That was an existing bench, but it didn't match at all in color, so he's matching the color to what he refinished. Okay, so we'll field some questions. Anyway, Mark, if you just do some straightening up there, and then you can assist me at this point after that. Okay, let me answer a question there that I saw we had on the chat. Sorry, I'm just going to fix the tripod here for a minute, folks. Okay, so the question was, where can I get the key leveling tool? And this is a key dip tool, right? So it's for how far the key travels down. For key leveling, we use this this straight edge, right? And this straight edge is nice because it has a crown and a straight thing. And then this is the key dip tool. This is the sharp height leveling thing. So the straight edge and the key dip tool you can get from Wessel, Nickel, and Gross. So they're the ones, they're tied to Mason and Hamlin Piano Company. So the website is wesselnickelandgross.com. Wessel, maybe another L, NICKELGROS.com. And you can set up a technician account. If you have trouble with that, you can use their contact number, and the representative is very helpful in helping you order what you need. But you can purchase this there, and then the straight edge. This one, let me check if it's available from the main supply company. If you're in the trade, you can set up an account with Shaft Piano Supply. Let's see. And let me see if they have it in their catalog real quick. Let's see, and then I'll pull the rest of the comments here. Let me just turn the camera around. Okay, so let's check this. Oh, the one for the white keys. Okay, Lucky's Flute is asking about the keyboard leveling tool for the white keys. So I'm not sure, again, I'm not sure if you meant the straight edge, the long straight edge, or the key dip tool. So you can clarify, but they're both available from Wessel, Nickel, and Gross. But just for fun, in case anybody wants to know where you can get this or something like it, I'll go ahead and pull that up. So this is interesting. They've changed the tool available. There's one that has a dial that'll kind of show you what punchings you want, but let me try. Let me look up the one that I have. Let me just try and find it here. There we go. So this is, so this tool is currently available from Shaft Piano Supply. That's shaftpiano.com, SCHAFF piano.com. And if you're able to get an industry account set up with them, you can get that for not too much. If you don't have a way of setting up with Shaft, or you want to get one through me, you can. I'll sell it to you for $60. Get some lunch money out of that. So, but anyway, that's what it is. So those are, I mean, I use these tools all the time, and I think it's so foundational to regulation that you do want a good setup. So let's see in the chat, do we have any clarification? whether it was the straight edge or the dip tool, but if not, they're both available from Wesson Nickel and Gross, so we're good there. I'm just gonna check on my key here. It's drying up good already. I'm just gonna squeeze it down a little more just to make sure that it's tacking really good, and it is. See if you can feel that mark. It's pretty tacky glue. It's nice. Tacky in a good way. Let me flip the camera around here. We'll keep going on this. Now, where did I get interrupted? Where did this one come from? Let's see. Somewhere in here. There it is. That's right. We were removing punches from all of these. So we're gonna take about 35 thousandths out of all of these marks, and then we'll run the jig on it and see. We might need a blue here or there. So we're going to be doing you might be interested to know, we're going to be doing a upright regulation class seminar project in here in the shop, just on a piano that we have in here that's a kind of a worst case scenario, which is really good for going through all the steps of regulating an upright, just to train the guys here, and also anyone who wants to join. It's free. We'll just stream it. We'll cut it into pieces for little videos. We'll have lots of good information through that. So I think we're gonna do that June 5th and 6th is what we talked about. Does that sound right? June 5th and 6th, but I'll put a post up there for you. Because I know a lot of people are working on uprights or have one of their own and they're interested in working on it. Has enough bass. That keeps going. Okay, so now, Mark, I'll have you do the jig. Mark will be the jig man. I'll be the punching man. We want them to look like this. On top here. Flush. But if it's not flush, then I'll be adding or subtracting, and I'll put it over here. So you move that along. Let me just. Oh, that's all right, Alex. Let me just mute the. So the guys want to load this piano and get it out of here, so we're kind of under the gun to hurry and shape this key top to where it matches. So we're going to do that. I'm going to cut a little bit off on the bandsaw and go from there. We're gonna get a file and do the rest with the file. A little bit of a lip on there I'm going to sand off. I want something really fine grit though. Sorry, I'm just sanding off the edge on this. I cut it a little bit funky, but this will be hidden. This is just real fine sandpaper here. Okay. And now we need to file the underside lip of this to match the others. It's kind of a sharp lip underneath, so I got to carefully file that. Okay, so now there's not such a sharp edge on that. There's a little bit of grime there. We're going to sand that off with that fine paper, just like I did on the other part just a minute ago. In fact, do you want to hand me that disc that I had? All right. Okay. Ideally, you would want this to dry for a little longer, right? Before getting in here and shaping it. This is really, really fine grit sandpaper here. It's going to whiten that. Okay, now I'm going to work on the file again. I need to get this notch right here where it matches the rest. So we're going to stick it on the keyboard. See where it sticks up. Remove the sharp here. You can see where I need to go with that. Need to cut a little bit down from that, just probably to the wood. Still on wet glue, so, well, not totally dry glue, so I gotta be really careful. I want to get that square. Not square for me. So I gotta go a little further yet, just a little bit. A lot of times people will do this and they really don't pay attention to whether it's square. It drives me nuts. It doesn't look good, you know, when they do that. Go along the sides a bit. Get that flush with the wood. There's an angle on the key. We just follow the wood. Tiny little bevel on the corner there. Okay, I'll check it in the piano. We're getting closer, but I need to go farther, which is fine from needing to. Right, that's okay. I can go that direction still. Check that before too. Okay, now I need to make that bevel that he makes going forward, and we should be right about correct. See how that looks? That's a pretty good match, huh? Pretty good, Mark?
Yeah.
Okay. I might trim a little bit off the edge there. There, that's pretty darn good. I think in a minute we'll forget which key it was, but I need to still file off some of this on the sides. But sometimes we keep it a little bit overhanging if it's going to make it look more straight. You know, the gap to make it nice and parallel, not, you know, it looks better, right, when it's closer together. So I don't want to go too overboard with this side. To get this corner, I want to go this way. And you know what, let me check the width of it too. Let's see if we kept the width the same or if we narrowed it. See if we can tell. So, let's see here. I think, yeah, I can afford, I think, to take a little bit off the width. I'm not going to go crazy with it, but if I go diagonally over both stretches of white, that'll help it happen straight, you know. I'm just going to go a little bit, just to the wood there. There we go. Got it. Okay, now I'll just run this way along the sides and flush it to the wood. I want to make sure that looks straight though from the top. I'm just scraping off glue spots that are on the top. But there, now we've got it pretty well done here. Okay. Not too shabby. Just scrape off some glue with my fingernail here. Okay. There, can you tell, Mark? Does that match pretty good?
Yeah.
Matches pretty good, right? It's funny, even there's a slight color. Oh, it's not on the camera. There's a slight color difference, but if you can remember which key it was, you know, you're doing pretty well. But it's that one. This one looks a little whiter to me than the others, just a tiny bit, but no. But then I look at it again, it doesn't. So I think it'll match just fine. They're the same brand, but you can even have slight differences that way. So again, it's handy to have spare parts. Like, you'll never regret having spare parts for what you use. It makes a catastrophe not such a big deal, right? So go ahead and throw that together then, Mark, and let's do it in the action. Let's see, I think I want to just sand, or maybe that's glue, just scrape off. Tiny bit of glue right there. There we go. There. It's like it never happened. Right, Mark? You know, I was blessed to have a really nice person to train me do a lot of this work, and he'd say, whatever, don't worry, if you break something, we can fix anything you can break. And I unfortunately haven't been able to totally feel that way in the shop when other people, you know what I mean? But I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to get there because I think it's true, you know. But that looks really good. In fact, it looks better than some of the others that he did. But okay, so back to doing this. You stick 2 blues under there. Another 2 blues. A blue. Do 2 blues under that one. You just get a feel for it, right? You just get an eye for the tool. Maybe 3 there. And we'll do 2, and then we'll do another pass. I want something thicker on that one. Maybe as much as a 35 thousandths. 45 thousandths. That one's just a green. If that even. Oh, I still need to remove out of there. Must have skipped one in the removal process here. Again, I've got different thicknesses here to grab from. It's really quick that way with the grab bag. So now I'll insert those in there and see how we're coming. fish that out. Papers I put on the top, cardboard I put on the bottom. That was the wrong one. There we go. Take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Where's your magnet?
That's where I try to keep that one.
Your screw is the screw is stripped on this one.
It is now, you mean?
Well, I don't know how I would have done it. I never
You do
put
that
it in.
toothpick thing that I did the other day with the glue?
Yeah, you just put it in and then snap
You
it.
have to measure it the right length. So just a little shorter than the threads, or about the length of the threads. Glue, shove it in there. The screw shoves it the rest of the way and screw it in.
Okay.
I'm not fishing, I'm just curious.
Probably tomorrow.
Oh, what, really? It'll be faster, you think?
Well, you're going to be soft. So I do that. Like,
Spin the felt, I think you just go through.
yeah, you super careful.
Yeah, so soon they're not sticky, you can probably do that.
And they're not sticky right now.
Okay. Okay, back in action here. And welcome to everybody. Good to see y'all. Let's see. Jesse Balbo says that would be great. I'm not sure what that's referring to, Jesse. If you want to clarify. If you want to clarify, you're welcome to do that. But all right, let's check and see where we're at with the dip now. After putting those punchings in. Okay, I overshot a little bit on this B flat. So 2 blues, take 1 out, no problem, right? Maybe not so easy as I thought. I took a blue out and then it was too short. It was too much dip. So maybe just a green, I guess. Okay, green, fine. Okay. You know what we have here? Sometimes the cloth punching that if you know when you're reusing it, it's from 1930 or whatever, which is fine as long as it reduces noise. Usually it's not a problem to reuse them, but they've worn an indentation, and sometimes when it gets rotated, then whatever you were reading is not right anymore. So it'll be stable once you get it set, but initially when you're moving them around, you might have to fuss with it a little bit to get just the right dip you want. Yeah, that's a little shallow on this one. We'll try taking a blue out. And then the other one was a little shallow too. I mean, I'm fussing over not a lot of difference. We're getting to the point of differences of 5,000ths of an inch is all. And on that one I took out a blue and it was just way too much, so we'll stick a green in there. There we go.
This one? Yeah.
It's this one.
Well, that doesn't look like it's ready.
It's ready. It just doesn't
Typical
look like it.
Hyrum.
Mark just has to
Come get this
put
piano,
the
but it's not
hustle
going to
on.
be ready.
He just has to put the hustle on. We just had an unforeseen key drop on the floor. I had to replace the key top real quick.
Oh, that sucks.
So we're done.
The toothpicks?
Oh, where's
That's
the
just lucky. But, we need different bags.
Let's see.
We need a big bag.
Um,
Yeah. That's a big one.
here's a colored one.
Yeah, we'll need a...
Don't break it off. Where's your screw? So we'll go like
So I just sprayed that, so be careful with the
about there, and it should be good because the end should crunch and stuff. Well, maybe I'll just punch it off now.
There. And then you just put some glue on
Some
it.
glue on it, shove it in, screw it down, put her
And
in.
then can you put on the fall board and the sheet blocks? I don't
Yeah.
want to.
Sure. You're like, no
I
more.
already made
No
enough
more for me
mistakes
today. Some days are just like that. Oops, we need something.
I'll lose it.
What is it? Oh yeah. Okay, we can put some more of that one. How we look.
Okay.
Not that I don't trust
Now
you.
you're worried.
No, because you're worried.
Flawless technique.
Where's the cheek box?
They're on this piano.
Did you touch the monkey?
Yes, I did.
For sure.
Yes.
Wow. That's a gold star. I thought for sure you forgot. So stick the cheek box in to locate the action first. All blurred. On. Yep. You have, Mark, you have the air. I promise it was ready.
Whatever, man.
It was 3 days ago.
You could sense us coming.
I know.
What could go wrong?
Piano sensed it.
What can delay this?
Hey, you, I don't know you yet. I'm Hyrum. What's your name?
Axel.
Axel?
Yeah.
Good to meet you. Wait a second. Where'd my leather pieces go?
Yeah, this. Hey, we need small, small white one.
Just put some spacers on. Can you show them where they can
Yep.
see something? This isn't typical what we're having to do on this piano. Just fill a gap here. But you gotta do what you gotta do.
Is it safe to roll on these wheels? Are those?
That's
No.
electrical tape I have on there.
So is that good enough? Is that what you're saying? Because I need to move it a little bit from this thing.
Yeah, well, we've been moving around on those, so yeah.
What he's saying is it's your fault if it gets cracked.
It's my fault if it gets messed up.
I love it when I don't perform.
Yeah. How's your day going, Pete?
It's good, a little rainy, but it's not overwhelming, so I'll take it.
No snow at least.
Not yet.
It's above freezing.
I bet Mother Nature will throw down one more time on us.
Maybe in Park City.
I think we're done down here though. I don't know. I remember one year we got snow June 4th in the valley.
Oh yeah, easy, huh? I remember one for the 4th of July parade. It was snowing once.
Yo, really?
This is like years ago, yeah.
Oh my god.
So it can happen.
We need to put the cheek block screws in, right?
Yeah. It's good.
I didn't take them out. I don't know.
Mark to save the day. Of course I was gonna put in the T-12 suit, Mark. I just think you guys like to take your time getting all your stuff out of the business.
Yeah, I'm really meticulous how my straps get unraveled.
Done. Time. Okay. So now we can get back to the next one. Don't remember what we were doing on this, but we'll figure it out.
I can talk to you later. No problem. Just go.
Okay, we got sound again here. Jeffrey Boyle checks in, says hello. Oh, Jesse Balboa says that would be great to do the seminar. Yeah, we're definitely doing it. I'll post the time frame on that. Okay, here we go.
You live streaming, Hyrum?
Huh?
You live streaming?
Yeah.
Dope.
Sorry. Works better if I don't tell people.
Now I'm all like fidgety.
I know. Sorry.
So today I drop an A.
Don't drop the piano.
Okay. You go up. Turn over.
Are you going like what?
You ready?
Flush. I said it where it was exactly
Do you
flush.
work or film?
Hmm?
Do you work? Do you ever film? What's that?
Not good.
No.
It's gonna go on top.
Oh, yeah.
Cheated? No, just look on this.
I guess that's pretty tough. I guess.
Yeah, grab this stuff.
Oh, it will. Yeah, it's too delicate, you know.
No,
Just
no,
look
no.
at it. You can tell by the look of it. And it's flush. It's a little fine. I'll do another variation. Close enough, but I'll put the green under that. And then I'll take one from. Yeah, the problem is I don't have greens under all of them.
Yeah.
So that one's perfect. So we're just gonna add the green. And take a little bit out of the other one.
off the lyre. It's a King Louis.
No, I'm gonna leave it.
Oh, good.
So if you're gonna err on one side or the other with dip, which side do you err on? A little deeper. Hey, can you general rule? Why? A little deeper. Because the action will still work. It'll still work if the sharps are a little deeper. If they're too shallow, it won't work quite as well.
Sí. Bueno, good grab. Sí. Yeah, thank you.
Keith, hablo español, Keith?
Oh, so little and so bad.
Yeah.
I understand a lot more, but I cannot speak.
He didn't tell you it was King Louis.
Va a pensar si necesita. Ainda yo trabajo aquí tiene un inglés necesario. Ok, gracias.
Okay. Where's the mallet? The mallet? You hit it? Okay, we're going to do this. No liar. Okay?
I know one word that I can say with bravery. Cuidado.
Cuidado. Careful.
Cuidado con el piano.
Cuidado con el pie.
I can say that. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna err on the side deeper, but I mean we're talking 3,000ths or less. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Probably. Probably not.
No. Yeah. Ready?
Well, see, the point is, we can always refine it once we get all the other steps done.
There we go. That's good. Here. Let me take this tape off.
Is it coming off okay, Keith?
It looks like I can get a good hold on it.
But you got gloves on, that's even harder.
I have delicate hands. Some say I have the hands of a tuner. But I only move them.
You can say you're a detuner.
What? No, I promise people moving does nothing. You all done with your stuff? You all done? You all done with all your stuff? Yeah.
I thought you were being prepared.
No, I'm impressed.
Did you go on the trip to the Bay Area? Was that you? With Alex?
Last week?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was me.
That was my brother's house.
Oh, that was your brother's
Yeah.
house? I can see the similarities.
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, that means we're both
look the
overweight
same.
and bald. That's what he's saying.
The other guy just has hair.
The other guy just have hair. What a slide. Hey, we need to try to take the tape off that wheel. And right here too, like this. This one too. It's pretty loose, so you probably, I don't know if you want to leave it off, but.
Okay. I'm gonna add a green on that one.
Yeah, tip it up.
You want to go locate the box of D felts for this? It should be on the shelf. What are they called? Color D? Damper felts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shoot. It's on fire today.
And that's saying something when it's raining.
It's good, right?
I think we've got these nailed down as close as we need. You know, kind of spot check, remind you. Just a little high. But there's not one that's labeled Coca-Cola green on the bottom. So, that might be it. Have a really consistent shelf because the dip is all set now. The blow distance is close. Remember, we just roughed it in and it's close. And we made the dip all consistent and the lead off. So we're pretty well regulated. The main thing is blow now, but the thing about blow is you got to do everything. You got to adjust the spring strength. You got to adjust where the jack is front to back, and you got to adjust the height of the repetition lever with the jack. So we're going to do that, and that's where the turning of screws comes in. We're going to get to that. What time are we at? 4:32. Let's check the questions. Oh, see? Yeah, okay. So now you can clean that off, get it ready to whatever, to glue on when we can. Oh, you had it out or?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, go get some rest. No, we're fine.
I'll be able to work better.
Don't worry. I'll catch you tomorrow, okay?
Okay, I'll just leave these here.
Okay. Sounds perfect. Thanks. So we just got these damper heads freshly sprayed here. See, don't those look beautiful? Isn't that great? It's just a beautiful thing. Then we'll glue these felts on them a little later. But let me check, see if we have any questions on the chat. Let's see. Okay, Don Pryor's looking forward to my answer on his pin block. He had a pin block on an older piano. And Don, when I looked at those pictures, my first thought is, can you not just cut the pin block out at that line of the stretcher? So when you're going from the pianist towards the strings, the stretcher on that piano drops down, and then there's your pin block where your tuning pin holes are all drilled. Can you not just cut along the stretcher line? You know, with some type of sawzall, whatever. You know, you'd have to make a starting hole with a drill bit so that you could get in there. I'm just trying to think. Or is the pin block, is it underneath on the sides? Will it lift clear? Or is it recessed underneath the arms of the piano? So those are some things I wasn't sure about on that. So you can feel free to put some details in here or however you'd like. But let's get working on this again. So my dip is all good. I'm gonna work on springs. I'm gonna bring it out on the workbench to do that, and I'll show you. Okay, we're gonna work right here. I'm gonna raise this up a bit. Okay. Tripping on this. Sorry about that, folks. By the way, thanks for hanging out today. It's a Monday. Mondays are always a little better with good company. All right, let me pull that action. Okay. You know what, before we go further, I might as well shape the hammers. And this doesn't have to be a big ordeal. Okay, I want to show you how we can do it pretty quickly. The shape, the overall shape of these hammers is great, but we've deep lacquered them. They've got a crust on them. Oh, someone's ear. Is this your ear, Pa?
It is.
Oh, was there only the one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
heard something crunching around in there. I thought I would like to squish it. Okay. So, we're going to set you up for shaping the hammers on this. So we want a stick to get it all to the right height, that strike height. You would like to be able to put these down this way, but we can't. We're going to have to rest the tails on this ledge. I mean, it works. It's kind of designed for that too. But usually I don't rest the tails on that ledge. Usually I drop them down lower. But that looks good. So we're just taking a little bit off. Like I said, the overall shape on these is great. Let me show you a profile close up. Okay. Like, I like that shape. Like, that's what I go for when I'm trying to, shape the other hammers. So the shape is already there for me. I just need to not mess it up. And I just want to take a little bit of crust off. And if there's any cupping on the tops of these, like this one, see how the edges are a little higher than the middle? Just get rid of that flare that happens when the hammers are sliced. And then get down just a little bit into some harder layers of felt. They'll just make this speak out a little stronger. So that's our goal. Let me grab my sandpaper strips. And in order to do that, I have to locate them. I don't want to make new strips because I only shaped the one piano the other day. I'd love to just be able to. Here we are. These are they. I've got 80 grit and 150 grit. I've only shaped one piano with these strips. After this one, they're done, and then they're just scrap paper for using around in the shop. This stool, no good. It's too low. I'm just going to stand actually for this one. I'm just going to rub the 80 really carefully to preserve the shape. Just follow the shape that's there, basically. And go a little deeper. It does feel quite soft on the outer layers. So maybe I'll go down until I feel it a little harder.
Hey, Christoph,
Yeah.
where to touch it more than I need to. So there notice some bits.
So basically, before I take off the top, I need to take a little down from the sides so that we preserve that same shape that I want once the top is rubbed over. So let's see from the back here. Grab my vacuum here. Okay, where's my 80 grit paper? Where did it run off to? Here it is. On the ground. Okay, now I'm going to go up on these hammers. I'm going to put for these hammers that are tilted this way, I'm going to put the right edge of the paper lined up with the right side of the hammer, okay? That way I can, on these angles, I can get in on that angle a little bit better. Sometimes I overdo it. On the last panel, I overdid it a little bit, I think. So you just have to get a feel for when that angle is correct. So again, I'm really just really lightly going over this. This doesn't have to take half a day. You can do it in short order with this method. Now we use the 150 and go over those shoulders again, same spot, and then start to go over the top. Okay, I've roughed up their line. Now I'm going to start to just gently take it over the top. This will take that cupping out. Make it nice and smooth and flat on the top is the goal. Okay. I'm actually hopeful we're gonna cover a lot of ground on this piano tonight. We work until I'm gonna work another 3-4 hours or so on this. And I think that'll get us pretty far along. Should anyway. So I combed over the top already. Now I'm just gonna kind of mend the back by doing this shoe shine kind of thing. So now we're back basically the same shape we had before, but everything's a little bit deeper in the layers of the felt, just a tiny bit, and no cupping on the top, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and do my 80 grit just on the corner of this to make sure that there's not a lot of lacquer that's a real hard edge that would make a bad sound. Now it shouldn't matter on this piano as I think about it too much because we've designed it, we've aligned the hammer so that it won't miss the left string. So technically the left string should not be crossing over that hard edge, but just in case, I'm putting it that way, okay? Then I'm gonna look down across the tops of the hammers. And if there's high ones, like in the middle, they're a lot higher here. I'm gonna start leveling that out. You know, and yes, that means for me that the, we're bringing them all kind of to the lower point. And it does mean that probably on these that I'm having to file more than others, the string cuts might be a little bit longer on that hammer, but it doesn't bother me. It's fine. I think it'll sound just fine still. Also, this cupping's not really coming out until I get down to that level anyway. I think it's just that I didn't go over the tops of these as much in the middle. I'll show you kind of where we're going with this. I'll bring the camera down here in just one sec. Okay. Let's pull you off the stand here. Okay, so all right, so when we look across the top of this, it's fairly just level, okay, compared to like this section. You see higher and lower hammers kind of all over the place. Now these are a little more uniform across, okay? Those are higher and lower, kind of all over the place a bit. So that's one of the things we're kind of changing and improving on. And it's hard for me with the camera to say, are you looking right across the strike point? When you look right across the strike point, it looks flatter. If you get down here, you might see some cupping, but that's actually lower down on the shoulder, and I'm not as concerned about that. This is where it's actually hitting the strings. Okay. There, one section down, 4 to go. Most of these are starting to be straight board now. I can start to file them as a group. I'm taking a little more off these to kind of make the width the same on the hammers as their neighbors. Make them all look more uniform like a section. Get a uniform strike line, all that good stuff. Let's start to do a group here. In the 150s. Okay, we'll go to the tops here. back side a bit. So I'll get you closer to things here. Okay, let's zoom in a bit on that section we're working on here. Okay. All right, just gonna mend this. And as a group. The felt kind of ruffles up lower down here. We'll see what happens if I just go like this. And it lays down nicely actually when I do that. So I might go this way sometimes, depending on the set of hammers. And that is actually smoothing them out nicely. So we'll go with it. There, let's get nice and flat. So when I come up both sides of the hammer like that, it might end up kind of ruffled on the very top. So I'm just going to go like this. Okay, a little bit. And that can help get rid of fluffiness on the top from a little ridge of felt. Like so. Okay. Then I'm going to do my corners. And these are actually pretty soft. So the lacquer I put in, it's not like it made it super rock hard or anything. There's still some softness to the outside here. I'm going to get down and look across the tops of the hammers. Those are looking pretty flat across now. We'll go to the next section.
What the rot cure epoxy is that?
The which one?
The
one he just bought. I got some.
Oh yeah, the rod. It's probably
Oh, there it is.
rod exterminator. He put the bottle upside down on that cup to drain it out.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna go to this next section here. It's 5 o'clock. I'll check the chat here. Don had a response to my response about the pin block he's working on. So if it goes, Don, if you're saying if the pin block goes all the way under the arms, you'll have to cut out a portion of those arms as deep as the block goes in order to access if there's a screw there or just to pull it out. So you will need to re-veneer those portions at least. So we used an oscillating tool with the saw blade just to kind of cut along and take the chunk out. But I think I would cut just at the stretcher as long as you feel like the piano's still going to be structurally sound there and the pin block's going to be, supported. That probably means then you have to mate two sides, right? You have to mate the pin block along your cut, which you could then probably sand smooth and flush with the stretcher, and then you'll have to mate the flange of the plate to the block, and then kind of take off a little by little against the stretcher until it's just located just right. I think that's the way I would go about it. And I have another friend who just does belly work. I can consult him on that too, and I'll send an email to you if I get a response from him. So on that. Anyway, I'm gonna keep going along here. These are all just straight board. I can just go as a group on these. I might take a little more, first not at the very top, I might take a little more off these two sections than I did these to bring out the tone a little more, get to the harder areas of the hand there. Yeah, so it's a little more aggressive on those. And on the back sides. 150. All right. Let's see if we can get down on these. Okay, we're gonna hit them with 150. All right, let's try that. I don't bump it with my chair. Now we will want to take another look at let off after shaping the hammers just to see if we want to move it a little closer to the strings after having taken a little bit of felt off the top. But actually the adjustment should be a little more consistent now that we've shaped the hammers consistent across the tops. Still, it was worth it to kind of rough it in with the magnet. Definitely nothing lost there in time or results. Okay, I might go up the back like that again. Nope, that doesn't help me on this section as much. So I'm just gonna smooth it down that way and leave it. We'll do our corner. So there's not a hard corner when you push the unicorner pedal that might accidentally make a zing. These have a little more lacquer on this edge in this corner, which I mean we want that. These need to be a little harder to make as good a sound and to balance the sound with the lower section of the piano. Okay, and we're going to take this down to even the section out. Okay then. All right. Way more level now. Final treble section. Let's see if I can get you in on that. And I'll be looking at the chat here about a little more than 15 minutes if you want to put something on there or a question. It doesn't have to do with what we're working on if you don't want. These definitely have a harder crust on them from the lacquer. So one thing about that you have to be aware of is that the felt comes off faster actually. You gotta be careful of that so you don't take too much off the top. These, I don't mind if the tops are a little flatter on the top, less of a point. Excuse me. I feel like it gives it a little better sound when there's some length to the grooves there on this section. I think it also makes the strike point a little more forgiving, if there was such a thing. Okay, backing that off. Then we'll go up the back side of these, just very gently. When you're stroking this way, your body mechanics are going to naturally put a lot more force on this. You're going to take a lot more felt off. So you got to kind of adjust a little bit from what you did on the front side and go a little lighter. Again, I'm not interested in these being super pointy. I'm just trying to get the heights smoothed out, uniform across the section, get the strike line uniform, and get down a little bit to some harder layers. And if anything, maybe even flatten the top out a little bit on this highest section. Looking for a fatter sound, a little more robust sound. I don't want a thin sound up here up top. Okay, then the 150. We're almost done with this set of hammers. It's been about an hour, I think. And I think I've mentioned this before. Doing a set that's deeply grooved, where you're trying to take grooves out or take them down, doesn't take much longer than this because you got brand new paper. It cuts just as fast or faster than the new felt will. And you'll find it doesn't, it'll be about the same amount of time as this. If I'm gonna shape hammers, clean out the action, make the hammers to the strings, tune and voice with the needle, I plan on about 5 hours in the home. Total for all that stuff. And you know, the hammer shaping is the first hour and a half or so. Sometimes it goes faster than that even on older hammers. You know, I'm not trying to take off a ton of felt on the top here for sure, but I do want it to be not quite so pointy up here. Okay. Polish off the back side. Might just check and see whether this will smooth if I go this way a little better. Kind of not, actually. So maybe down low a bit, but then at the top it seems to do the best just going down the direction I was going. Sometimes not either direction, right? And that's kind of frustrating when you're trying to shape hammers, but that's pretty good. Okay, so I think that's as smooth as it's going to get, actually, on the back sides of those. Okay, I'm going to do the corners. Don't forget the corners, especially here in the high treble. Okay, I'm going to look across the strike point and flatten those out a bit. Pretty flat. I did work more on the very top though, so that's a little lower than the rest of the section. So I'm going to even it out. Doesn't take many strokes of the paper to do that. This will bring out a little brighter of a sound that I'm taking the top down a bit. Especially since I lacquered prior to this. Okay. I'll show you at the end across the tops with how they all look when we're done there. Let's do the base. All right. So we're maybe going to be in total what, an hour and 15 on this whole set. With moving a camera around in between. There we go. See, the shape of those base hammers is actually really great. Just these were basically just cleaning them off. There's a little bit of stain on there from going in and out of the action lacquer. Only problem is my vacuum's on the other side of the camera. Okay. There we are. There we go. All right, we're just about through. Okay, I am gonna do the, well, I'm not gonna do the corners yet, but I am gonna do the corners on the base a little bit, because where they have 3 strings, they might hit that edge, so. Hey, if you're thinking of putting a question on the chat, and you'd like to just put that up. I'll check it in a few minutes here. One of the reasons I like doing this kind of thing, showing, all the work that I do and streaming is, I feel like a lot of times in the field we'll have we have a piano technicians guild here in the U.S. We might have a meeting, we might gather, and someone will just talk and talk and talk about what to do on a piano. And to me, the talk doesn't mean much unless they can actually show the results to me. Show me how it makes it better for the pianist. Show me how it makes it sound better. Is it really an appreciable difference? If so, then it's worth then it's worth the time reviewing as a professional. So I think I just really enjoy the practical, see how it really goes. None of this on an action model stuff. I want to see, okay, in the piano, how do you actually do it? How do you adjust it? How do you actually make these changes for better? And how do you actually tweak them in real life settings that are going to make a difference? Not just stories of people, first, second, third hand down the line about what they did once with some concert pianist, but what is actually working for people right now that is a technique that can be passed on and used. And then I want, more people to be able to utilize and implement those techniques. Then I feel like more pianos will be better off. The pianos will be sounding better, and people's idea of what's possible. Hopefully that'll raise the bar a little bit on the quality of our work. Hopefully it'll weed out some of the work that's less than good, and including in my own work. Hopefully it'll weed out any laziness that I have and expose, where I could make things better just with a little more effort and diligence. That's kind of what I'm after. But anyway, that's just a little aside, but I just wanted to kind of share my thinking there with you on that. 5:30. Let me look at the chat here. Pull this around. Oh, we have a few more people. Welcome. I'm going to flip the camera around, see if we have any chat comments, questions. Let's see. No, we don't actually. So I don't even need to flip the camera around. I should check that first, huh? Okay, so here we go on. There we go. I also, I'm bothered by a lot of businesses, so many businesses that profit off of marketing the potential for someone to make money. So people get excited. I could make money doing this. I could make a lot of money doing this. And I think it's just overdone, and like with this work, I think someone can make a really healthy living and could really bless their families' lives or people who they're providing for. But I mean, I don't want to be unrealistic. It's not easy. Some people struggle to have enough work to work full time in this field. Different people have different strengths and weaknesses. But a lot of people are really content and have a lot of enjoyment and fulfillment out of doing this kind of thing, whether it's part-time, supplemental income, or whether it's not for the income at all, whether it's just a break as a second career that's a break from the stressful whatever they had to deal with before that, and they want to be their own boss kind of thing. I have seen that as one of the benefits. Flexibility of time and flexibility to pursue the avenue of piano technology that you want to. That is something that comes out of this. And so I want to kind of burn anybody who is selling the hype that someone could get into this and make a bunch of money. I don't want to say you can't, because you can earn a good living, but certainly, I guess, I don't know. I just want to provide the education for people to say, okay, this is what really makes a piano better. And I think we'll all be better for it. But that's enough, maybe philosophizing. You might get to know I'm kind of Hyrum the philosopher, I guess. That's just the way my brain thinks sometimes. But that's important to me. Important to me enough that I'm taking the time to do this. I mean, yes, I would love to have residual income to support my career, right? Whether through sales of tools or even information consulting, however. But and I think that's fair. I don't think it's unfair. I just really also want to give back, because I feel like most of the knowledge I have has just been passed on to me, for free. I do take offense at people who seem to want someone to teach them this and they don't have to give anything in return. I don't really like that mentality either, where it's expected, because I came from a viewpoint of, wow, I just love this. I would love to get doing this kind of work. I'll work for free in your shop. Just show me how to do it. That kind of a mentality. And it's built up then from there to where then I feel like I have a solid foundation of skills that I can market and have a fair exchange of my services for someone else's means, And anyway, I said that was enough philosophizing, but I better quit now. Just so you kind of know what I'm thinking, what I think I'm about. Hopefully, I'm about that, what I'm preaching here. But okay, we're almost done with these hammers. Let's get done with these hammers. Excuse me. We are working with felt wool dust here. There's going to be an occasional sneeze or two, for sure. Okay. Now, like I said, on these, I am going to, I should probably do the back side. It's not accomplishing a ton here, but it does get rid of kind of a bump there after combing them over. Functionally, it's not a huge deal, other than maybe a little more aerodynamic. Just combs out the loose fibers too. Okay. All right, so I am going to do the corners on this too, even though it's the bass section, because on the D, the Model D, there's several notes here that have 3 strings. And they're pretty wide, and they span across this hammer. So the chances of them coming in contact with this, which is what's the left edge when the piano is turned around, is a lot higher. So I do want to get rid of any crust there. And there's 8 single strings, 2, 4, 6, 8. You know, so you just have to do what's above there. But wait, are there 8 on the D? Now I'm confused. I'm gonna go count. So, yeah, there's 8. There's 8. I'm not going crazy. 8 single strings, and then you go into some double strings, and then the trichords. I'm gonna get down and I'm gonna comb across the strike point and make sure it's all level here. This section's kind of all over the place. Ooh, you know. So I'm gonna make that a lot more consistent. And I don't mind combing a little more firm over these. I don't need it to be a real pretty point, you know, down here. I want it to make good contact with the strings. Here. So I'm actually taking, you know, this is 150 grit, but it cuts. It changes the height of that hammer pretty quickly, actually. And so I'm not being too reserved on this to level the section out. Which is going to flatten the top a little more, which is going to make it so that, you know, the string hits the hammer on a wider space. I don't think that's a sin. As far as looking for good tone, I think it'll be just fine and maybe be better for it. In this case, in this section of the piano. You know, kind of in the lower melody section, I like it to be a little more of a focused point, or down here, so that I can change the tone quickly with not very many needles. But at the high treble and the bass, I don't think it's as big a deal. All right, so now, okay, we're gonna vacuum these off, and then I'm gonna show you the whole set, just kind of from different angles. You can kind of take a look. Okay. And I'll address the questions here in in about 20 minutes, looks like. Let me just vacuum these off. I'm going to blow the hammers off with the air compressor since we have that option in the shop. Otherwise, all that white dust ends up in the piano anyway, on top of the dampers. You have to dust it off down the road. Okay. Now, we're gonna look at the springs. Okay. I'm gonna set the spring tension. Oh, I was gonna show you different angles of the hammer after we shaped them, right? So let's do that. So, obviously, our blow distance isn't regulated yet, so the hammers are all up and down. But notice they're all flat across the top, nice and flat. Maybe a tiny bit of cupping there, but we can get rid of that if we need to. If it's a problem with mating down the road, you know, we can file the individual hammers if needed. But that's really flat. You know, the shape, the profiles here. There's the felt. We didn't take much off the top, and we kept that basic shape. Nice, I don't know what you'd call that shape, but we kept it. We preserved the angle of the angled hammers. We did it all in a good amount of time, right? And once we regulate the blow distance, you'll see that all those kind of will just line up like ducks in a row. All right, let's rough regulate the springs. And when I say rough, I hope this is the only time I have to regulate the springs, honestly, other than a little bit of tweaking. So I'll bring you kind of close in. So this is the way, these are new Steinway repetitions. Let me grab my spring tool. This is what's called a heart spring tool. I like this one because I've always used it. It just has a groove to grab the spring and a little angle there, a nice little shank to hold it with the rubber covering. Okay, we're going to get into these repetitions or whippings, and we're going to, now with the new Steinway parts, watch what happens when it goes into check here. Oh, also as I do this, I'm going to be adjusting the checking to close to the height I want, which is probably right about there. And so maybe I'll quickly go across the section, make sure it's close to where I want. Look, I told, when I did the checking, I said, watch, when we go to do checking, you'll be surprised how consistent everything is, even though we were just setting it without being able to, you know, with the right dip or anything, but by just from the back of the action, it's pretty consistent, right? And this is not a final checking set here for me. This is just quick, really close to where it's going to be. And these back checks are not from Steinway. They're from Tequiwa. And the main difference I notice is the Steinway back checks have a very thick and stiff wire. It takes a lot of force to bend their wire, which probably means the adjustment is more stable, but these are faster to adjust, except that I'm not used to them, and so I'm overdoing it a lot. See, now I look at the tails when I set back checks. I look at the tails and where they are on this red, up, you know, the red underfelt there, just kind of where they are. Are they at the middle? Are they, you know, towards the top? And then I just make them all look the same, the way the tail hits, and that's going to get me really close, okay? Now I want that to be really close before I do the springs, because if this hammer is allowed to go lower down, it loads the spring more, so the springs has more force that it pushes up with when you release the key. But here you go, boing, right? These are always, these new Steinway whippings, the springs are set really strong to start with, okay? And then you weaken them down quite a bit, more so than any others that I've worked with. And I'll be honest, I don't work with a ton of different parts. I have the ones I like already, I feel like, but there, that's still pretty hot. But it's way less than it. These are just leaping out of the back checks, shoving my finger on the key to start off with. So really, I could kind of just go through and push them all down quite a bit wholesale. So I get the spring out of the groove and I push it down, which is basically making a bend where it's anchored so that then the spring is weaker, right? You have to make sure you get these springs back in their groove or they'll pop out and then the note won't play. That would be people would definitely notice that if you walked away from that. It would definitely mean a callback. Easy to fix once you get there, but anytime you can avoid a callback, you'll do better, right, with your business. So again, just weakening these and then checking them. That's way too slow. The way that rises up when I let go of the key, way too gentle. We want, it'll give us better repetition, better response if we can have it be a little stronger there. Okay. Now I have to regulate these springs before I regulate the jack and the repetition lever height because they're tied into the springs. They're hooked in. So if the spring is stronger, the jack is going to return easier. If then I weaken the spring after I adjust it, then I might find, oh, now it doesn't return underneath the way it should. Something's weird there, which is probably the repetition lever height. But I'm not worried about that yet. I'm just getting a spring close to where I need. Like I was saying, see, like that note won't repeat. Probably because the repetition lever is too low. But we'll catch that, in subsequent passes here. I think I might do it by sections. I'll do all the adjustments by section here. Then I don't have to move the camera as much. So here the spring goes quickly up still, but it's not with so much force that I'm feeling a ton of push on the key to push my finger up. Okay, so there the springs are all rough regulated on these. The checking is rough regulated, a little more than rough, right? That's pretty darn aligned right there. But we might make some changes in the dip to the notes a little bit later, which will change the checking. Okay, so now I'm going to adjust the jack position. And as a reminder, in about 7 minutes, I'll check the chat for questions and respond to those. Okay, we're going to zoom you in on this very first note because it's easy to see what's going on. Okay. So when I did the spring, I pulled it out, this top part like this, right? And I either push it down or pull it up to make it stronger. Okay. And I have it where I want it. It's in the groove. I kind of flick it to make sure it stays. Okay, but now I want to see, this is where the turning screws comes in. I want to see that this jack is aligned to the knuckle in the right place to push this hammer up really efficiently. Okay. And so when it's that way, the back side of the jack, if you picture a line continuing up, should in general be aligned with the back side of the knuckle core, which is this piece of wood here, and the back meaning the side away from me. Okay, and you know what, this spring's acting a little strong, but I'm gonna leave it. Okay, so maybe just a touch weaker. Oh, look what I did. I lost track of it. Okay, there. Okay, we'll go with that. Okay, so I'm gonna get my tool. I can turn this screw here when I turn the screw, which way does the jack go? If I turn it in, the button doesn't go anywhere. It's still against this spoon here. See, that's just a spoon. But when I turn it, the jack is going to move along the threads. If I turn it this way, it's going to move towards me. If I turn it out, the jack is going to move along the threads this way. But the button still remains in contact. Now, the repetition lever, let's see if I can get that in the view here. All right, so the repetition lever, which is this beam right here, has a window, which is this hole where the jack goes through. Okay, and we want to make sure that the height of it is such the jack can return. If I gently pull it back with my finger, one way to set it correctly is just gently pull it back. I'm going to trip out the jack tenders over here, right? Like this one here. And that's what I'm doing. I'm pulling it out and I'm seeing if the jack goes all the way back under the knuckle here. And it doesn't. It gets caught in the front. So here we go. I'm going to zoom in on that maybe even more. There's not much light, I realize, for you, but let's see if we can get in there even tighter. Okay, so I pull that out. And it doesn't go all the way back under. Now we can see it, right? Now I pushed it under. I'm pushing it under. Okay. And when I feel the top of this, I can feel the jack protruding out past this window. And that's the reason why it's not allowed to go back under, because when it's rested on this repetition lever only, the height of it is not high enough to allow the jack to skid under there. So I'm going to need to change that height. But we need to do this in order. So we adjusted the spring. Now I'm going to adjust front to back where the jack's going to go to align it under that core. And then I'm going to align the height of the repetition lever. I'm going to do all those processes on this whole section just so we can see it by section like that and while we're looking at it. And I'm going to keep that focus on the jack for a second. I love this tool for adjustment. It's not too big, not too small of an opening. The handle's ergonomical and the shaft isn't too long. It's pretty close. So I'm going to go like this, and I'm going to sight along the back side of the jack. I'm going to get my head in front of the camera for a second. And that's correct. That's just right in line. Do you see that? The back side of the jack, continuing on up, lines up right with the back core of the knuckle. That's the way it should be in general. Now, I put my head towards me a little more when I'm setting this so that I'm going to, when it looks correct to me, it's actually a little further back, just a tiny bit. Do you see that displacement now? We're talking like, you know, half a millimeter, but not much, okay? So what that's actually doing is putting the jack a little more squarely under that knuckle, so it pushes up with a little more traction. And I find that it repeats a little better when I do that, and that's why I do it. And the control's a little better. I've had that feedback so far from pianists, as far as I can tell. Okay, so we got the jack alignment where we want. Now we're going to change the height so that if I pull down on this, now you don't want to push down so hard that it pulls the whole thing down. Then it's a false reading, okay? See how everything went down? Just the jack. Just get the jack out, okay? And it's not going back under. And like I said, I can feel it protruding. Yamaha does it by feel. So if I remember right, they're going to say put 10 thousandths. So now if I turn this screw up, the tail of this goes down on the screw threads and the front of this went up, okay? And I think with Yamaha, they'll say they want, I'm going to go down a little bit more, about 10 thousandths difference between the height of the jack and the height of the balanceer. And they teach it by feel, like if you put a 10 thousandths punching on the table and you rub it and you feel what that feels like. So right now I can feel the edges of the repetition lever here on the window just a little higher than the jack, okay? So let's drop that and see how it behaves when I put the jack out. Of course, it's almost going under. But even then, it's a little bit stuck, okay? So I'm gonna go just another turn higher, maybe about 15 minutes on the clock. There, now the jack goes all the way back under, but it's still being supported. It's still helping, it's right under the knuckle, ready to support the weight of the hammer. Okay, so because this is on a spring, right? There'll be some push to that when the weight of this hammer rests on it. So that's why it, when it's higher, it actually works out. Now, if I were doing it the Yamaha way, I would get in here and feel like, okay, what does that feel like? And then I would just go along the line and set all the heights to that, okay? By feel. And that works really well, actually. I find it's going to work most of the time. We'll just sample on like these 4 of them though. Well, why not do I'll just do it all the way. I'm going to try and duplicate that gap as I felt it on the first one. Sometimes one side of the jack will be higher than the other, and so you need to feel at the highest place of the jack, do we have that 10 or 20 thousandths? Okay, and these are all set where the balancier is feeling a little bit too low to me. That means that the jack won't return as easily. It could cause a slow up in the repetition of the piano. Now, what's the problem of just having the rep lever set higher? Okay, the problem there is that it's not the knuckle isn't resting on the jack when it's at rest, so the jack's not supporting that weight, so the hammer's not coming to. Let me get you to another view here. Let me back up just a little bit. So if it's not resting on both the jack and the repetition lever, and when I say it, I mean the weight of the knuckle on there, then what's going to happen is when it comes to rest, I let go of the key. See how it floats over here? It's not being supported by anything except right here. So if it's floating on the jack on this springy thing, it's not going to be a stable blow distance. Okay, it's going to come to rest lower or higher depending on the force that it comes down with and comes to rest at. So we need that jack right under there supporting it, but not so much that it can't return. So I'm going to continue to set these along the line by feel. I'm just feeling across the top. There's where I left off. It's really easy. If you were here with me and your finger was going across here, you'd know right away with what I was talking about. And again, all of these are the repetition lever's too low by about a full turn on the screw or so, which isn't much if you think about it, right? This is kind of a change when Steinway was making Steinway New York was making their own repetition levers or whip-ins. I feel like they always came with this adjustment totally right on the height of the repetition lever, and I rarely had to change it like much at all. So these are just set a little bit different. I'm not sure why that is. Okay. Again, I would probably usually just do one of these adjustments of the 3 things. Actually, there's kind of 4 things, right? Setting the springs. No, sorry. Setting the back check height. Setting the springs where you want the strength you want them. Setting the jack front to back, and setting the height of the repetition lever. Was that 4? I think that was 4. Anyway, I would normally do one operation across the whole piano, right, and just keep moving. But this way I can kind of demonstrate everything on this top section where you can see really easily. And then I'll just go to town on it as we go from there. And I don't have to move the camera as much. So, all right. tell me if there's anything that I'm not explaining thoroughly all the way, that you're still puzzled at. Put it in the chat. I'm 5 minutes late on the chat. Let me respond to that. Sorry about that. So we've got, let's see, turn the camera around. Let me look you in the eye as I answer your questions. Okay. Look you in the lens. All right. Kyle Thompson says, how many times can you level or shape the hammers like this before the hammers need replaced? So I would say it's more about how long can you play on those hammers before they need to be replaced. Because when you shape or file the hammers, now granted, there's no grooves on this piano yet, deep grooves on the hammers, but we're going down just to the point where we need to get a good sound, or where the hammers aren't cupped anymore, to where we're just taking that edge off and a tiny bit more down into some harder layers. And after that, maintaining them, it's an issue of kind of removing the depth of the grooves. So it's more about how much mileage you put on the piano, because when you shape hammers, even if you go right down all the way to the bottom of those grooves, you're only shaping the felt down to where it's worn anyway through playing. So it's not about how often or how many times you can shape the hammers, because sometimes the grooves might be really deep from a lot of play. You need to shape a lot more felt off. And it's really dictated by note number 88 and how much felt is on the top there in that very top section. So the other hammers can usually handle being shaped quite a bit before you can no longer get the shape that you want. But on those top hammers, they'll start to get where it just gets, all you can do is make it flatter on the top, and you don't want that. Or you're getting so close to the wood molding that you can't get a good tone anymore, or down to the layers of felt that are just so hard that you just can't get the lushness of sound that you want. So from my experience, if someone's shaping hammers correctly, gosh, you should be able to do it, a lot of times, 8-10 times. And then what you can do, as the top felt starts to wear more, you can kind of just not touch that at all. When you're shaping the hammers, you can say, well, I don't want to take that down anymore at all. I'm going to call that section good, but I'm going to work on the rest of the piano and make an improvement. So it really just depends on how much the piano's played. Hammers should be replaced when you can no longer get the tone you want out of them, because they're just so hard, or they've been cut down so much. So I think I've mentioned before, if it's a piano that's played 10, 12 plus hours a day, practiced on, then probably 3 years is all you're going to get. If it's classical repertoire, things like that. Maybe about 8 years if it's played a lot, but not nearly as much. Maybe 4 or 5 hours a day. And from there on, it would just increase in time, the amount of time that you could work on one set of hammers, right? A set of hammers in a home piano could last 50 years, right? And you could still shape them maybe potentially and make an improvement on the sound. So I hope that answers the question better. Okay. So let's see. Paul B says, if you have to take weight off the hammers, how do you keep that uniform across all the hammers? The way I do it, the other day I was just using a die grinder. In fact, I have the tool. No, I don't. But I was just using a die grinder with a big disc, and then a Dremel, and I was cutting out the cove a little bit. I can see how skinny the tails are when I come out that cove. I just make them all uniform. When I'm tapering the sides with the die grinder and that sanding disc, I just make that taper all uniform from side, and if there's subtle differences, they're so subtle, they're not going to be an appreciable difference in the actual weight that it changes things. So I don't worry too much. I'm not going to weigh each individual hammer. At this point, I don't even want to take the hammers off. I've aligned them to the strings. It's good enough for me. And I know that I can only make so much of a difference by taking a little bit of weight off that hammer, maybe a gram or 2 or 3. I think some of them I lubricated the flanges with acetone also, so that gave me like 4 grams difference, I think, in the biggest case. But this piano, I need to come down about 10, 12 grams. So that's why I say on this piano, I think I'm going to end up adding another lead. The keys, I'll show you. The keys were leaded. I know you didn't ask about the keys, but I'm telling you about the keys. Okay, let me turn this camera around. Since we're on it, and I want to talk about it right now. This is an older piano. Now this is a note at the treble, right? Where did they start putting leads in this key? Clearly from this point forward. Let's look at another example. Where did they start putting leads in this key? Same thing. One of the dead giveaways is the smaller lead farthest to my left. Okay. It shows that they started at the balance point here. Now, why would they do that? Because you're obviously going to have to put way more lead in the key. They did that because of moment of inertia. The more mass you put in this key, the heavier or it's slower to respond to change in movement, right? So it feels a little more massive when you wiggle it up and down. The more lead and mass you put in this arm. If it was all made out of lead, right, you could imagine how that would feel really kind of heavy to move it up and down. It would be hard to quickly change direction, things like that. So if you put the mass closer to the balance point, it lowers the moment of inertia. So you could have a lot more leads in the key, but it would feel lighter than one maybe that you started here and put fewer leads in. But they don't do it this way anymore. Steinway, they lead from the front, right? They do a front pattern, and then they add smaller up higher this way as needed. You don't need to put as many leads in the key that way. And some people argue which one is better or whatever, but I think the other way is better personally, from a practical standpoint. But where I'm going with this is because they didn't start from the front, I have room in the front. I can add another lead of this size right here, and I can reduce the weight by about, I was experimenting with it before I started the stream. I can reduce the weight by about 5 grams plus 5, 6, 7 grams just by adding another little one right at the end there. So, you're like, well, some people might say, well, now you're adding more mass. You're going to have moment of inertia problems. It's not going to feel good. But on this piano, what are my options? I can only take so much weight off the hammer. It's not very heavy. The action parts themselves, the shank, the knuckle, the whipping, they're already optimized for the best geometry, and that's kind of proven across the industry. What are my options? I can't change the geometry. I don't want to move a capstan forward. That will mess up the alignment of everything in the action. My options would be to get a new keyboard, and then I could set it where this keyboard could handle a lot heavier weight, and it'd be set up more like the new Steinways. It'd feel really light. Or I can simply just add more lead, and it will feel lighter in most types of playing. So that's why I'm leaning towards that. This is going to be in a public venue, school type venue, community, high school concert level. So I think it'll feel the best just by adding more weight. That's where I'm going with that. I know that was a big long response to your talk about the hammers. But I'm not going to focus too much on them other than just tapering them a little bit and taking off the cove. Okay, Andrew Ottens says, what if the jack isn't quite parallel with the knuckle? Is it better to set the jack back a bit so it is parallel, even if that means it isn't as far under the knuckle? So what you're talking about is if it's dog-legged, right? Let's say we went up really high here. Let's say our geometry on the action was way off. We had to raise this, and that was correct for some reason, okay? Then to get our jack to line up with the back of the core of the knuckle, we might move the jack back further, right? you know, or the reverse. It could be dog leg this way, like that, right? Basically, I don't worry about parallel. I worry about, because not all actions are pretty like this, okay? This one actually is aligned really well, but if it's dog leg like that, I shoot for a point on the knuckle core. I shoot for that the line of the back of the jack will hit this back corner of the knuckle, and that's all I worry about, okay? I don't worry about the parallel lines, because this is a circle. You're just trying to get firmly under the circle, and you're saying where left to right on that circle is the optimal place to lift it, okay, with less friction and with just a solid lift, okay? So I hope that answers your question. Just aim for this back corner. All right. And it'll be right. So it'll be as right as it can be. So hopefully I answered that. Does anyone want to have a rebuttal on that or a follow-up question from any of those things? I said I was going to turn the camera around. I never did. Oh, I did, but then we turned it back around. That's right. I'm going to turn it around. You just put whatever comments you want on there. I'm kind of eyeing it here for the next second or so while we adjust the camera again. Okay, hopefully we addressed everybody's questions more thoroughly than they ever wanted. Okay. All right. I'm gonna zoom in here again. And I'm gonna start doing, I'm gonna set the, so on this note, we're done, right? We set the jack front to back. What's that click? It's my tool that got swallowed by the piano. That's what it is. Okay, so we set this one in every respect. The jack returns, the spring is right, the checking's right, the height of the repetition lever is right. And then I went ahead and set all the heights of the repetition levers right to that same kind of a gap. And I might tweak them a little bit here or there. But now I need to set the jack position front to back on all of these. And when I looked at these, they were like aligned perfectly, and we haven't even done any of this yet. I thought that was pretty cool. So there's that, at least for these parts. So the rails on this piano are working really great, you know. Okay, so my head's going to be a little bit in your way, but for the most part, I'm just moving the jack back by turning this front screw. And getting it under that knuckle. Except, like I told you, I like to go just a tiny bit further back. But the way to do that is just move your head back towards the keys and be consistent with it, and as you're looking down the line, and just set it where it looks correct. And you'll find that it's a little further under the knuckle than you thought. In a good way. Okay. So I guess not all of these were perfect, but they're a lot closer than the Steinway ones used to be, at least on most pianos I would check. And it could just be that the rail on this piano is just really great. I don't know. Okay. So I flick this up. I learned this from a Japanese guy who went to the Yamaha school, and that's the way he did it, and it was really fast, so that's why I do it. I just like it. You let it rest on that screw back here, and then you let it off that screw just a little bit. Because then if you haven't set the balancier height yet, it doesn't matter, because that screw is going to prop the part up so that the knuckle can get under there all the way where it's positioned, so you can get an accurate reading. Okay. Here we are turning screws, right? in awkward positions that sometimes hurt, frankly. They hurt sometimes. Okay, let's see. Do you have a good view of this still? Okay, good. All right, so I misspoke. These jacks are quite forward. But hey, there was at least some that were right. That one's dog-legged a little bit. Someone asked about that. Okay. When things are dog-legged like that, it usually means that the action spread dimension is off for that particular action, which is the distance between the center pin here and the center pin on the whipping. Every action should have that designated. And if it's not set, executed correctly, you'll have differences. Also, you'll have differences because when the knuckles get glued in to the shank, sometimes they're not straight, they're not perpendicular to the shank. They might have been pressed and been pushed or warped one way or another, and so that can. But I still just go for the back of the knuckle quarter anyway, which may be right or wrong. Okay. So I set the front to back position of the jack where I want it on this section. Now let's see how the jacks return, okay? Remember, I already set the repetition height by feel, the Yamaha way. That's great. Now I'm feeling, when I pull the jack away here, I'm feeling a little bit of friction on the knuckle usually, but it still returns. That one, look, I thought it was wrong, but it was right. It was just right where it needed to be. So the Yamaha way wins. The way I was taught at Steinway is go until it's wrong and then go back a little bit. And either way will kind of get you to the same place. Maybe a combination of the two is the best thing. If you're not sure, like at this point, you'd probably be sure that that the jack is touching the knuckle a little bit because you can feel it. But what if you couldn't feel that friction as you're pulling the jack out? Then maybe you're not sure, okay, is it right or not? In which case, you're going to want to turn this screw, you want to turn that height down and confirm that the jack gets stuck and doesn't return, and then turn it up a little bit, and then you know right where you are. Now, some pianos don't allow for a lot of, like this, I'm really feeling the traction and friction against the jack as it pulls away from those fibers of the knuckle, but it still returns. Some pianos, that jack is like so not straight that you're not going to feel anything. But that's where you have to set it. Otherwise, the jack won't return. So I always just go with that. I say, well, the jack's not going to return, then I gotta set the rep lever higher, and I do it and just go with it. And then if my blow distance isn't very stable, like when I'm setting it, if the hammers are not settling to the same place each time, they're kind of floating, then I just turn this screw down just a tiny bit, which is lowering that rep lever, and just kind of turn a blind eye at that point and say it's good enough. Okay, so this section is regulated all that way. Now all that's left on this is to set the blow distance, the height of the hammers, distance for the hammers from the strings at rest. But now we're going to do the adjustments that we did on that for the rest of the action, okay? I'm not going to talk so much through it unless someone has a particular question on it, in which case in about 5 minutes I'll check that, but I'm just going to kind of go through this. I'm going to do springs. I'm going to do springs all the way to, oh no, I'm not going to do springs, right? What do I do first before I do springs? I want this checking height to be good. I'm going to watch the bottom of the tail and get the bottom of the tail on the back check where it's going to really go into check really well, but be as high basically as it can, that kind of a thing. Okay. I don't watch the top of the hammers, I watch the tails. I just like doing that better. I feel like I can, this is just a rough adjustment, but I feel like after this rough one, it's pretty much there. Like I could send the piano out and it's not going to be adversely affected by the checking at that point. I like to do one. I like to have one sample, maybe a couple that are held in check, and then the one I'm setting. For rough setting, just one sample, and then the one I'm doing is good enough. Oh, I'm feeling some friction on this. Back check. Well, maybe not. Not once I get it where I want. Okay. There, I was pushing down on the key with my left hand that you can't see, and pushing down on the hammer at the same time. Kind of compresses the whole system, bends the shank. It makes a worst case scenario of clearance between the tail and the back check, and that's how you test: is it going to rub on a hard blow and slow the hammer down on a hard blow, which is exactly what you don't want, right? When you're playing the piano harder, you want it to hit the string harder, faster. So you got to check for that. And sometimes some pianos that will limit you. Now we could go back and revisit the angle of the back check and retweak that if I had a clearance problem and probably resolve it. But this doesn't have any clearance problem. There was just that one note. So I'm guessing the angle on that back check was a little bit not consistent with the others. The other thing is I'm not looking at the strings at all, but I pretty much know that if I check them about here, it's going to be really close to my spec with whatever piano, you know. And if it's not, I'm not going to care about the spec. I'm just going to care about how well does it check. Okay, I got the checking roughed in. I want to do springs because they're way, way, way strong. Get in here and weaken the springs. I'll still keep them fairly strong in the treble here. Just not like unruly. I went a little weaker than the others. There we go. Maybe a little weaker yet. Okay. This action, the keys are so long on a D, it's a little harder to, you know, set things. Some people might do it from the back of the action. That's fine if you get good at that. I'm not. I like to do it from the front. Way too springy there. Remember, the checking helps set a level playing field for this spring strength and how it behaves on the hammer, so that we're seeing where it's going to be when the checking's set. How much it's going to compress. And my checking should be really close because we set our dip from our samples pretty particularly, even on the sharps, more so than I normally do. Okay. Again, make sure you get that spring back in his groove. Look how boing, boing, I can just feel that on my finger. It's like a 40-gram weight pushing me up. It's pretty strong. But that's still plenty fast, and I'm not feeling anything just about there. Now, as I get down into the melody section, especially the tenor, I need to make sure these are tame enough that they're not going to bobble against the string or want a double strike when I play pianissimo. Because you're not always going to play, look, if I play really soft, it's not going to go into check, and there's some bounce there. So if the spring is stronger, my thinking is it'll be more bouncy, right? And I want to tone that down so it doesn't reach all the way back up to the string and hit it again. Now, I'm saying that I'm not even close to the tenor section yet, but I will keep that in mind. Even this, though, maybe that's a little weaker than I want, but even this here, I'm setting like this, and whereas this was like way hotter up here, you know, and they're lighter, so I don't care so much. And if they're not totally even at this point, it's okay, as long as they're really close. but you could drive yourself crazy trying to make these all even at this point. I think it would be a lost effort. Okay, I'm just gonna carry on doing checking in springs. So it's working for me. This spring's so strong it won't even stay in check very well. Wow. Certainly not used to these back check wires on this Tequila ones. Something weird with this one, I'm getting a lot of rub. The others aren't aligned that way. I need to take a look in the... Actually, I'm not sure what's the deal there. I think it'll be fine. I just needed to get it in the right spot. Sometimes the wires loosen the hole when you put new back checks in. I might need to glue that one. Or all of them. But so far they've been fine. So I'll usually put like a super glue, either the light activated kind or the kind that I can just spray with a kicker and then it's instantly cured, or an epoxy if I have epoxy floating around. If it's really runny epoxy, that's maybe a little more solid of a thing. If I just need a little bit of support, super glue is going to do it. What I'm talking about is where the back check wire inserts into the key. If the hole is enlarged a little bit, it becomes like a loose tooth, and then your checking setting is not stable, right? So, okay. Here's the hammer side thinned already, I can see, and I can feel it. Okay, that's close enough for everything. We'll just carry on down the line doing checking. Is the camera showing all that? Are we? Oh yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. Okay. Oh, I missed the half-hour thing. Okay. Dawn Pryor. Let's see if someone asked something before Dawn. Okay, yeah. So the next question here is Dawn Pryor says, being that this action is heavier, have you ever tried a touch rail system? And I believe you're referring to the Scott Jones touch rail. It has springs. It replaces the key upstop rail, and there's coil springs that push down on the front of the key, and you can tighten them to strengthen the spring or loosen them, so you can kind of set exactly, you know, how those that behave. And sometimes that will, the idea of those is to kind of help break that moment of inertia a little bit. I have messed with those a little bit. I've also worked with, there's whip and assist springs. You know, you can get whip-ins with the spring in the back that helps lift the whip-in, essentially making it kind of lighter. But I don't like the effect of springs on the system in that regard. I had one pianist describe it to me that they're kind of like a drug. You think it's really good and you get going with it, but then after a while, you kind of come off that high and you realize I'm not playing the way, one pianist said it started changing his technique and was actually, anyway, he didn't like it at all. And I've had similar feedback that the pianists say, wow, it's lighter, but I don't like it. I mean, anytime you put a spring that's doing that, I don't know, it's not quite the equivalent of weighting because it's a spring. It acts a little differently. The other thing is I think nothing beats good geometry on the action. And those are just things that are meant to be like a a band-aid fix or the best fix available for a really really heavy action. I think maybe they could have their place, but for really fine playing, I think for the most part, the pianists that are playing all the time, they eventually ask for them to be removed. The ones that I've worked with, and it's not like I've coached them to do that. That's just been their feeling. So I might change my opinion on that down the road, but I have worked with them, so I'm familiar enough to play with them anyway. So all right, let's do assist springs. He says feel work great. Don says assist springs I feel work great on certain pianos. Yeah. Some pianos they have them in the original design, right? Some of the Samick pianos and probably others, they're built into the piano originally, and sure, do it. But I think one of the problems that I've seen is a technician will put on those assist springs and load them up with too much. They're helping too much, and so even though they're accelerating the playing of the initial playing of the hammer, they're decelerating the reset, right? So it's a two-edged sword. You can't pick up one end of the stick without the other, and which is kind of the same as weight. You can remove weight with the whip and assist springs off the key, but I don't know. So a lot of pianists just say, well, I want something closest to whatever I'm going to run in contact with in the concert hall. So a lot of it may have to do with who you're working with and things, but yeah. Whip and assist springs, if they're set to help no more than, some people say, I think they're intended to help up to like 10 grams or so. I think like 1 to 5 is better. Then they don't feel different as much to the pianist. So as long as that's kept done, which in this piano's case still wouldn't get us where we wanted to, we'd still be looking at adding weight or taking off weight out of the hammers and things like that. So I think that's the case with a lot of pianos too. It would get us there with 10 grams, but I think at that point I don't like the way they play. I guess I'm just good old gravity guy. Gravity and geometry. So I'd probably rather push someone to one case I was redoing a Steinway D for somebody who's a great player, a professor of piano, and someone had put on Renner parts at some point, hammers, all the Renner hammers, all the Renner parts, and they put assist springs on there. And she said, I don't want them on there. They're causing me problems. And anyway, rather than say, well, let's say this. What she really said initially was, I used to want a really, really heavy piano that was really hard to play because then I thought I could play anything coming off of that. She says, now I don't think that way. I don't want it that way anymore. I just want it regular. Whatever regular is, kind of more standard. But this was an older B. And so rather than try and say, well, we can get these springs in here and make them work, or we can add weight to this or that, or take weight off of this, I said, okay, well, what we need to do is start with a new keyboard then. If I can start with a new keyboard, I get better geometry and it'll be great. And it was. So, and a new keyboard is, maybe, there's a lot, you're going to pay a lot in labor, but the actual parts cost on it is, probably around 4,000-ish, 4,500, retail. And you can, I don't know. I for what you're getting from it, I think it's a good deal. And I've just seen with the touch rail system, they don't know what pianists don't know what it is. They're scared of it, and then you get it in, and they're ready to condemn it. You know, so I know there've been success stories. You know that people love them. Okay. And you know, I know we all have our different opinions and experiences, so I try and stay open, and you know, I'm okay to agree to disagree on some things too. You know, I think we can all be friends and just try and observe and share observations and try and make the best decision for the customers, the player. There are my samples. Their springs were already set. What do you know? Good sign. So now I'm getting close into the tenor here, this area where the hammers are really prone to bobbling, double striking against the strings. Because you're tending to play around here a lot. You're trying to play something soft and intimate a lot of times, and they're kind of heavier hammers on a stronger spring, thicker spring. So I like to set them just kind of tame, but still working really good, you know. Some of these are so strong the hammer doesn't even want to go into check at first, and then I weaken it, and then it feels a lot. The action feels a lot smoother. Let's see. Did I not set checking here? I did, but it's that one that was being weird on me, I guess. All right. Whoa, how did that happen, huh? Something's a little weird maybe on the back check angle on these. We'll revisit it here a little if we need to later. Maybe rubbing a bit. One thing, kind of a way of thinking that I kind of adopted on these pianos is when you're going through a process like regulation UK, I got these steps that I'm going through. And especially with new parts, new pianos, sometimes you can hit something as you're doing that that's not necessarily directly related that will start to freak you out. You'll be like, oh no. And you might kind of go down a rabbit hole. And whereas if you just didn't do that and kept going through the process, that problem is often resolved by the time you've just gone through the process. So I think there's a point to just trust the process and just keep going. And then if there's something weird, check it again once you're done. And if it's still a problem, then address it. And that'll be a much more efficient use of your time going through the piano. Okay. Yeah, these are not even going into check because first of all, I didn't set them that way. I guess I'm doing checking and springs at the same time on this thing, which is great. Nothing wrong with that.
You can kind of do that with having the tool still in your hand. And the spring's too weak on that. It is possible to set your spring too weak, where then what happens is, like, you'll try and raise your repetition lever and it feels like the jack will never go back under by itself, and it's because your spring is not strong enough for that setup. And you think, well, I'm setting the spring the way it should be, but what has happened is, usually an older piano that's been played a lot, there's so much less friction on these parts because of wear, that then you have to set the spring when it looks right. It's actually way too weak, and it doesn't have the force needed to push that knuckle back under push that jack back under the knuckle. Excuse me. So that's something to watch too. If you're like trying to, this isn't working out with the repetition lever height, try just strengthening your spring a little. And if you're worried about it bobbling, just make sure it has good checking some way, like address the tail of the hammer or the back check in some way that it checks better. And you'll probably have a better result. Okay, where's my spring? It's hiding. There we go. Killed it. Killed the spring, but we can bring it back to life. Just pull up. It's fine. Work a little more. I really love the springs on these Steinway parts. Compared to some other pianos and other parts, they just behave really, I don't know, consistently. Some of these aren't going into check, and then I weaken the spring, and then they do go into check. Go figure. So that there's like way too strong for as big a hammer as this is in the section it's in. You're gonna get bobbing for sure. Most likely. Unless you set your let off a mile away. But that also affects how well you can play soft, and you don't want to do that. The other thing I like to do is like the why of the different adjustments. Like, why do we set let off as close as we can without it interfering? Well, and the reasons aren't always intuitive. In that case, it increases your ability to play super softly. And gives you a bigger dynamic range overall. well, I'm getting down in the bass section. I'll talk about. Well, I should probably check the battery on this phone, right? Is it toast? No, we're still good. Okay, great. Hey, if you have any questions for all y'all watching, about 10 minutes, I'll take a look at the chat. What was I saying? Oh, down in the bass section, some things that I've noticed regulating over the years that don't fit into the textbook expectation. Sometimes, especially like on a D like this, sometimes you cannot get these like lowest hammers, last few to check, no matter what you do. And you know, maybe some wizard out there has a solution or thinks they do, and it just doesn't always work. But sometimes they just don't, you know. But you just have to ask yourself, well, is anyone going to notice? Is it really affecting the play? And my observation most often is not. No, it's fine, you know. But that's a weird thing that I've seen. It's kind of a weird observation. Common pitfalls where people get regulation wrong. One is a big one. I feel like is this shared support of the hammer between the repetition lever and the jack. I think you really have to get a grasp on that to have a good regulation. And I mean, it's simple if you know what to do, right? But if you don't have that right, then a lot of other stuff won't work right. Some pianos you just can't check as high as you would like to. And it's okay. That's another thing that can happen. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about wondering why, you know. Because I don't think you're not going to change anything to solve it usually once the piano's put together. The best thing you can do is just set the checking where it needs to be on that piano to check well. Is it checked really consistently and well? And then just go with it. There was a Fazioli that I maintained that in a university setting, and it doesn't check very high, to very close to the strings. And so I end up setting it just lower, but I mean, it's a great piano. Everyone loves it still. So it's not like someone's going to come and say, well, this checking is a little low. And if they do, they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know everything, let's put it that way. Or the whole story. Okay. So I don't feel like, oh, I regulate pianos perfectly and there's no room for improvement ever. I don't feel that way about my own work. I feel like there's still things I have to learn where I feel like I have more of a mastery over how to make things work a certain way or how to avoid certain issues. I'm always kind of just seeking that, I feel like, still. Alright. Believe it or not, we're actually really close to having this, to finishing the regulation on this piano. Once you get to this point, the blow distance, pretty close, because the dip is the biggest deal. Once you get that dialed in, if you get your dip consistent, really consistent, key height and dip, key level, your dip, because most systems set key dip off of referenced off of the key level, so it's only as good as your key leveling is. If you get that right, that opens the door for a really good regulation. If you don't take the time to do that, no matter what else you do, your regulation's not going to be as consistent. It's not going to follow what it, not going to check all the boxes. Sometimes when you're trying to just strengthen the spring a little bit, sometimes even just taking it out and letting it kind of spring up and then putting it back in will help. Sometimes also, another weird thing that I've observed, the spring, the way it's behaving can be, it can be such that when you stick it in the piano, it's acting stronger than what it looked like out of the piano, okay? That's important to understand too. Okay. All right. Now I need to set the jack position for the rest of the piano. I can't remember if I did it on this one. Section doesn't look like it. Go ahead and set that real quick. I do it best this direction, being right-handed, and looking, going in the middle of the piano and looking out towards the sides. Some pianos, you'll try and get this tool in here to turn this screw, and it seems impossible. It's usually the type that have the dowels as your let-off adjustment. They're a dowel with the holes in it, you know. And they're so close together, or they're bent or something, and you can't get a good straight line to get your tool through to adjust it. That can be kind of frustrating. But it can be done, it just takes a little more fussing. Sometimes you kind of have to shove the tool back there. So again, this is, I'm turning the jack adjustment screw, which will move it fore and aft. So I can get it squarely under the middle of that knuckle so that it has good, solid, and consistent lift on the hammer. from note to note. Okay. I'm having to bend down like way low on this table, but that's okay. We'll be all right. Let's see, is it question time? Oh, it's question time. How did I know? All right, let me just finish this up. Okay. Yeah. We're getting there. Okay, some of these jacks were way off, but there were a lot that were right on the piano so far. All right, so I still have to do these sections, but let's take a look at the chat, see if anyone has anything we want to chat about. I've learned now, look at it before. Okay. All right, let's flip the camera here. Greetings. Welcome to question. Pause. Okay. Okay, I'm going back to one here. Don Pryor says, I've actually made my own assist springs. Pain in the neck, but made the piano play better. Wow. Wonder what that looks like. Andrew Otten says, aside from where they put the lead in the keys, what else is so different between the new Steinway keyboard and the older ones? Well, you've got difference in weight of the hammers. I think we're using heavier hammers now. I think it's safe to say. One improvement, let's see, the knuckle size maybe has increased in diameter. The ratio of the key, how effective of a lever that is, how high it's geared, up or down. The older ones seem to have been geared differently. Okay. And then there's the distance that the knuckle is out from the center pin on the hammer shanks. The new ones have moved the knuckle out a millimeter, which gives you better geometry for a lighter touch. Okay. Let's see. That's all I can think of. Those are the main ones, main differences. Probably also just more consistency in production with how, here's a big one, how they construct the piano and assemble the action, right? So say you, it's more consistent the way they fit the pin block so that the strike point ends up more consistently where they want it. So now they can say, we're going to hang hammers out at 5 1/8 of an inch. Consistently, that's our spec. And we're confident that we can then make the key ratio where we drill the capstan, where it lifts the whip in, that we can hit the target every time so that we get the geometry. Whereas in the past, you may have taken more material or less off the pin block, so the strings come towards basically the whole harp, I don't know if someone's offended that I said harp, but it's just call it the harp, okay? The whole thing, the whole belly comes towards the pianist a little bit. The strike line comes towards the pianist a little bit. Then all of a sudden, you're going to be gearing that piano differently, right? The ratio, the key ratio, where if you drill the capstan then closer to where the balance rail pins are, because you're kind of fixed at the front of the piano where the keys have to go. They can only go so far forward before they run into the case parts, right? So if you drill your capstan line after you've adjusted your stack and your hammers towards the pianist, you're going to end up with a piano that's geared higher. It can't support as light. It can't support as heavy of an hammer and still be as light. Okay. So that's a huge difference, just how they're constructed and the consistency that you're getting there. Okay, so Don Pryor says, when you're talking, when I'm talking, my voice drops when I move away from the camera. Sorry about that. Yeah, this isn't the ideal production studio setup, and I'm trying not to be too over picky about it. I'm sorry if you're suffering from that. Hopefully we can get better sound and things, better setup as we go. But I also want it to be really mobile and not be. If it's too much of a pain, I'm not going to be setting up the camera. I'm not going to be streaming as much. There won't be as much exposure and content out there. But I'll try and be more clear and remember that. Thank you, Don. Okay. Andrew Otten says, when and how would you address any lubricant in the notch where the spring rides? On the Steinway pianos, I don't usually have to address it. If you need to, just a pencil. Just take the part out and rub some graphite from a pencil in it. If someone has put something in there that's really gunky, then it's a problem. There are some pianos that get really gunky because they use a lubricant in it that just gets everywhere. It gets on the springs. I don't like it. The Steinway parts are coated with a slippery covering. It's not really an issue with friction. It doesn't add a lot of problems. You can get a squeak on some pianos where that spring is, but there, to get rid of the squeak, I've just tried using liquid Pro Lube in there, and it gets rid of the squeak, and so that's good enough for me. But I don't run into it. I don't run into it with the rebuilt Steinways or current production Steinways. I don't run into issues with it. So that's a good question. Other points of lubrication would be, the maybe more applicable, and that would have a bigger deal on the play of the action would be the knuckle, and knuckle against the jack. And the newer action parts from Steinway don't need much of anything. If anything, I rarely put Teflon on there. On the new action parts. On the older ones, I will. It depended a lot on the material they were using, and other makes and brands of piano I'll put them on pretty regularly. Yamahas and Kawais, things like that. Not the newer Kawais. Newer Kawais are great, right? Plastic against the synthetic leather, it works great. But those are great questions. If you have any response to that, there's another one here. Don Pryor, have you noticed on older Steinways that the black keys are not quite as tall as new ones? I mostly have noticed that like on old Baldwin Grands. But some older Steinways, yeah, the sharps are just kind of more squat, and if you raise them to the height you want to, which is about ½ inch, 12 millimeters, it's like you're kind of exposing the underside of that sharp a little more. I don't like the lower feel. I think it was more of a thing back when, because I see it in a lot of the pianos back then. I just change it. I just raise them up and black underneath there so that you can't really see any wood or anything exposed. So that's how I deal with that. Andrew Ottens wonders about Pro Lube on the heel felt of the whip-in. Yeah, that's what I use. If I get squeaks at that contact of the capstan to the whip-in heel, I just put a drop of Pro Lube on there, Protec. And usually around here, we'll get them in the wintertime. It could be in the springs, can be in the hammer flange center pin, could be in the whip-in heel to capstan. Those are common places for the things to squeak. I just hit it with the CLP, the Pro Lube, and usually it's good. It doesn't come back. I don't get a call back on squeaky keys saying it's squeaking again. I don't usually have that. So, hey, I'm gonna have to plug in the camera. Thanks very much for those questions though, and comments and kind of guiding me through this. Let me plug in the camera so we don't die on the stream, so I can keep going here. I am down to the wire on battery here. I'm probably about due for a dinner break, honestly, but I'm going to finish the adjustments on what we're doing here with the springs, jacks, and the repetition height. I'm going to finish that, and then I'll do a dinner break for me. So I really appreciate the interaction. I appreciate the questions, and I apologize if I if I seem, I don't know, I'm not always the best communicator. If I seem to dismiss something, I apologize because I really do want the interaction and the comparison. And anything you have to offer from your experience is definitely valid here. This should be a forum. It really should be more of a forum, not just whatever I say goes kind of thing. So I appreciate that. Okay, so I'm continuing to set the. I'm just going to set the jack position all the way across here. Okay, I'll go down and set this way. Turning screws, turning screws. Okay, just the base section on the for this jack position. It goes pretty quick when you're not stopping to talk to people. And you kind of get your sample and you know what you're doing and have a good tool. Sorry, Don, I realize it's really quiet. I gotta remember that. Okay. Now I'm going to set the balancier height. I like how it worked out when I did the by feel method in that top section, so I think I might do that again. Got me really close on most all of them. Yeah, I'm consistently having to raise these repetition levers. Sorry, I'm saying I'm consistently having to raise these repetition levers. section. Of course, I'll go through and check them with the jack afterwards. Okay. One more section to set.
Okay, my arthritis in my back caught up with me finally on that last section, but other than that, we're good. So I'm just gonna feel these, make sure they. You can also kind of see the hammer wink a little bit. I'm gonna get under here and make sure that they're returning. Just little tiny touch-up tweaks here, I think, I would expect. Enough. Okay, most of those were good. So if I don't feel any resistance, I'm going to check to make sure. If I don't feel any resistance pulling that jack out, I'm going to check to make sure that that the repetition lever is low enough, that it's not too high. Because otherwise I have no indicator. Okay. 2 more sections here. Of course, I'll check the questions before we shut down the stream for dinner break here. No, I don't normally work with the action down on a table this low. I'm just lazy today and I didn't clean off the workbench, which is a little higher. But I also can do it on my lap. But this is a bigger action. The D's big. Okay. There we go. Now, things are starting to play, right? Going to check, and I'm not pushing against a huge amount of spring strength anymore. So we're gonna take a dinner break, but first I'm gonna throw this in just for fun and tinkle the keys for a second, even though there's no dampers, and then look at the questions on the chat. I just like to see how things progress, you know, as I get to the different stages. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. Listen to the strike point again, just kind of reconfirming that the moves we made were good ones. I still want to strengthen this area of the hammers. I want to harden them some more. On there, the microphone's probably just blowing out, you know, but distorting, but it's not quite where it needs to be, where it's easy for the pianist to get the sound they want up here. And on that, when I try and do that fortissimo blow, there it's fine. I'm not quite getting enough of a change what I want. On that harder one, I want it to feel more solid, more bam, more energy into the string. So I may even deep lacquer that again. Yeah, I may. And everything in the middle is fine, but in the very bottom, I might do it at the very bottom again. You know, the last half octave, just to, again, because I really like something energetic to happen at the ends of the scale, rather than it to kind of feel like it's sucking energy out of you as you go out from your fingers. So. Bottom might be fine, actually. The bottom, maybe just some drops of like paraloid on there. But this, I think I just want it to be more pow, you know? And it's always like around here where it kind of starts to drop off. This is strong enough. Just like from here. Actually, it is from the A up. I want more pow on it. And I think that's just compensating for kind of some of the natural
differences in character as you go up the scale of the strings as they get shorter, as you know, as just the way it works on the piano. So I'm going to be doing that, but I'll do that at the end of the night. Let's check the chatteroo here, see if there's any more questions. Flip it around here. Look me in the eye when I answer your questions. Okay, so what down weight did you target? Andrew Ottens asked. And I think what you're asking is, what down weight did I decide that I want on this piano? And I think I'm going to go with more of a, I'll shoot for probably more of a, like the older New York Steinway spec, where it's kind of graduated more across the keyboard. So let me flip the well, I'll just describe it and then we can show it another time as I get into that. But so like the first octave and a half, probably like 52. I think that's reasonable. 51, 52 grams down weight. And then graduate to 50 at, so I'll probably do 52 to 51 in the first section, then 50, and get into 49 like around E4, and then go 48 and 47 as I go up the scale. That's what I'll shoot for. We'll see if we can do it. The top two treble sections will be easier because the weight of the hammer on the shank is hung out closer, so it's not as heavy. So it's probably lighter up there. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. And but when I tested it, if I add a lead, I don't want my up weight to go below 23, 22. I mean, I'd love it even higher than that for sure. I'd love it much higher, but I think the piano will feel too heavy there. So well, that's my targets. Let's see, any other questions here before we break? No, that's it. So, and in fact, I'll pull out the numbers. I'll pull out the numbers after the dinner break. Well, no, when I actually get to weighting the keys, which I'm not going to do until the dampers are done, and I've tuned the piano, played it, voiced it, and I'm kind of just perceiving what type of piano this is at that point. Then I'm going to make my decisions what I'm going to change touch weight wise. When I do that, I'll pull out the Steinway numbers for this that would be appropriate for this piano and see what we could do from there. All right. Well, thanks for your participation, everybody. Seriously, thanks for tapping in. I'm going to take about 30, 45 minute break and be back. Thanks.